Okay, the crazy old man is back. And he's losing more hair every day, didn't you realize? Come on, I made it so obvious. So, I wanted to start like 2 hours ago, but Togglebit was a bit stuck on his off by one textile problem, so I would like to say I helped him. He would probably say I tortured him and whipped him until he solved it. Well, he wanted to solve it anyway, so. And funny thing, I just realized I have exactly the same bug in Fiiish. And it's been there. Well, I didn't realize. I realized I have the same bug in Fiiish, and basically texture coordinates in OpenGL are shifted by half a pixel, and I always just ignored that. So if we play Fiiish, if I do play Fiiish, hey, thank you for the follow, Eric Vetkel. Didn't see that. That was offline. So if I just run Fiiish, and you have seen this before, but you always kind of said, yeah, nobody's gonna see that. It's not important. And if you look very closely down here, can you even see that on stream? It's very hard to see, and my stream preview is probably better than yours. Give me a second. Yes, you can see this black bar here, and basically that's the rock texture here reaching up too high and getting the next texel in the. So if I go here and say open data game atlas PNG, yeah, it's very hard to see. But basically this here is this rock, and if we zoom in a bit, can I just, thank you. So if we zoom in a bit, where is it here? So you can see basically this line here is actually the lowest half texel of that texture here. That's because we should be offsetting by half a texel all our texture coordinates, but we don't. So we're not gonna fix this for the iOS version. But in theory, since we're doing the same engine, and Fiiish is still running here from last night, since we're doing the same engine and the same paradigms, we should hit the same problem at the same time, and then we're gonna fix it in the Rust version for good. So it's not forgotten. It's not forgotten. It's just delayed. So let's close the Xcode version. And so what do I want to do today? What do I want to do today? I mean, this looks pretty good. I mean, I want to fix the background because this will look so much better with the. Once we have the background, this will almost look like a game. And then we'll add the actual coin collection. And then you could just have random coins spawning and the coin collection going, and then you already have a game. I mean, I really wish I could do the debug render, the text renderer real quick, and add some high score thingy. But I don't want to open up UI right now. So what we will do today, well, as of right now, add background. And background, I mean, the original background uses various different things. So it's rendering a full screen quad. So it's nothing that's moving, it's just a full screen quad, and we move in the shader, the texture offset. It's actually using two textures to do the color lookups. So one is the grayscale texture, and the other is a two-dimensional texture where the current Y is the color gradient that gets mapped to the. I'm explaining it hard. So we need multi-texturing for that. We need uniforms that need to be passed through from the background all the way to the shader. So from the entity to the shader. And that will be interesting. And then add real pickups. And that will probably mean we have to rewrite a little bit of the coin code, but that's fine. So let's look into the background. And the background, if I go into Fiiish again and say open data, we have this background PNG, which is just the background, and also it's scaled and repeated. And then we have the background gradient, right? So wait. Can I please? So this is a background gradient, right? Let me zoom in here a bit. So basically by deciding where on this axis we are, we can decide how this looks. So if we're here, it's very light. And then here it's a bit darker, and here is some changes, and here it goes black. That's when you die. So basically new game starts, it's all blue, all one color blue. So every pixel every texel gets mapped to the blue. Then we get this nice light gradient which fades into this. And I think then it fades to somewhere like here. Then it starts to bounce while you swim. And when you die, wherever it is, it goes down here and moves into the black, and then stays in the center of the black. And then when you restart, it actually goes from the black back into the blue. And here we have full blue, so that's the one frame where everything's blue. And then we just start again. So step one, get this texture. And actually we have one more problem. Right now we totally ignore the render order. Right? So let me just, I'm getting too much noise here. And now you know my Wi-Fi, but I don't care, because if you drive here to hack my Wi-Fi, that's your problem. So step one, get this texture into the background somehow. And then we worry about the second one later, right? So step one, and let's say, I think it's in content background, and there were different versions. So I'm gonna, too many tabs. So I'm gonna create a content. Oh, the structure is a bit different. So we have content background, right? Actually, let's go there. And then we copy, and I'm not even sure which version we use. So data work, name at Fiiish, content background, and we use a background.png. I'm not even sure which version we use, but at least we have some. We copy this here, and we copy the gradient also here, right? So we could bake them into an atlas, but they have their own shader anywhere. They get used alone, so it doesn't make much sense to bake them into their own gradient. So if we, and this will need to be, technically we don't need this anymore, because we only use the atlas, but we can background. We just copy both background, right? We just copy all PNGs in there into the Fiiish data directory, right? no need to put background into Atlas since it uses its own shader anyway, and we cannot combine different shaders into one render batch. Well, if we went into some kind of super shader mode, we could, but this is a 2D game, so we don't care too much. So if I do a pack Fiiish data now, and then look into the Fiiish data directory, we will have the background in there, right? And that's what we wanted. So that's adding the background. So now, how do we do background? Well, everything that's rendered in-game is an entity, right? So how about source Fiiish? Let's slow down. We're not on the clock now. Oh, I'm baking bread, so I'm technically on the clock, but different story. Let's have a background entity, right? Maybe we have a generic render something at the screen with some settings at some point, but right now let's keep it simple, right? So what do? We go into entities RS and actually hook it up. So we have a background. I'm still not too sure about this pattern, but it seems to work so far. So we go into the background RS, and actually let's take the coin, right? We need an effect ID, we need entities, we need this. We probably need a vector too, not sure. We don't need an animated texture, right? We don't need an animated texture. We need a position. For the scrolling, actually we will fix as a side effect the scrolling as well. So size, and obviously rename all of these to background. Yes, I could do a search and replace, but I like to do it manually to make sure I know what I'm doing. So it has a name, it has a position, and that's all it is. Doesn't need a texture. It will need to do something during the update, which we don't care about. And it will render, right? So it will not use an animated texture, it will just use the texture background, right? Let's just be very naive. And the size is actually let size equal vector 2 new. Let's make it 512 by 512, right? To do actually render full screen. Right, so this is a basic entity rendering. And let's do a quick check. And actually this is how the background in Fiiish started up, because basically we had two quads, so one quad that moved, and well, we had two quads, and when one quad moved off screen, it just wrapped around, and that was nice until we had ultra wide phones like the iPhone 12 Pro Max, something that was more than 2 screens wide from the aspect ratio, so we had ugly borders, so we fixed that rendering. So this worked, right? It's not hooked up, but we have a background now. So if we go into the game now, and I'm leaning more and more to have ref counted elements here, but let's see where we go. So if we use the background, and this will be the same pattern every time we create a new entity and hook up a new entity. So we need to register the background texture, but that probably, and the thing is, I assume all textures are loaded at some point, right? Well, let's let's say we keep this in memory, right? We could do some magic with unloading and loading. Well, actually, let's keep this local for the moment, and let's load both, right? We don't use the second one, but this is the standard load the textures, right? Yeah, and that was totally. This was totally wrong. So the game loads its own textures, and that's fine, right? That's totally cool. So shall we set up a background? I mean, let's just like b equals background new. Well, actually, let's use the setup paradigm. b.setup. Maybe they should have default names. Then we wouldn't even need that. So background rs. So this is the setup, which just has a name. And then we say self dot entity manager dot add, and we need to do the box new. I want to use ref cells for this, I believe. And this is, you could say, yeah, why don't you name this background? I mean, for me, the rule is the shorter the scope of something. So, for example, in this case, 3 lines, the shorter the name can be, because it's just in context, it's clearer and it makes stuff so much more readable. So we create it, we set it up, we add it to the entity manager. And in theory, if we didn't totally mess this up, and we did, background new wants a position. Well, we don't need a position, right? We need to move it later, but it does not have an offset. So let's just remove this. It was just copy and paste from the coin, and probably it should have a set position anyway. And we copied some stuff. Obviously, we get the system passed in here, so we just do it like this. And it was just there. Almost. Oh, almost. So what happens if we run this right now? Do we see a background? Do we see anything? Does it crash? Will the world go under? Was it mortal? Okay, I'm not making that joke, sorry. Oh, look, we do have a background. I mean, obviously our size is wrong, because our size in the background, we want full size, right? And that's 1024. So we do have a background now, which unfortunately is in the foreground. So we need to define something like layers, right? And we could define a render order, but basically 2D games, if you turn them to the side, actually they have like virtual layers. So you have the background, you have game objects, you have pickups, you have the player, you have the UI, you have debug fonts. So let's build that layer system, right? And actually I want this to live in the add render layers. And that's actually pretty close if we look at the effect IDs. And basically I want the background to say renderer use a layer and then just say layer ID is, I don't know, background, right? And we have to do the SU16, unfortunately. And then the others do the same, right? So the effect IDs live in Fiiish, and that's fine. So let's say touch source Fiiish layer IDs.is, right? And then in Fiiish, I hook this up just like this, right? Pub mod layer IDs. I go to the effect IDs. Actually, I'm gonna do the same for the layer IDs. Coding by cut and paste. So layer ID is, maybe we don't need a none, but I like to have a none. And then we have background, right? Background. And I actually gonna cheat. Well, not cheating, we're doing a port, right? So, and I printed this again. Layer IDs. So we have a layer for the background. Actually, let's copy these layers because we will potentially need them anyway. So we have a background. We have a decoration. Decoration. Actually, almost so close. So decoration is all the rocks and stuff, right? Pickups is everything you can pick up because we want them visually always in front. Then the fish is the next. Well, decoration is actually the jellyfish in the background and stuff you cannot collide with. Then the pickups. Then the fish, because if you swim over it, you want it behind that. Then we have the obstacles, because if you hit an obstacle, you kind of disappear behind it. The debug layer is in between that, so that's for debugging collision boxes and stuff. Let's call it UI. That's the UI layer. So the UI is in front of the whole. So all of this here is kind of game. And then all of this is in front of game. And UI is just the buttons and stuff. And then we need two layers in the UI because, for example, we want the text always to be rendered in front of the other stuff. Or we have could have sparkling effects to highlight press here, and they need to be in a special layer. Then we have overlay, which is basically when we do the marketing screenshots, we add a marketing overlay over the full screen. And then we have a final debug rendering layer where all the data statistics, our debug console is rendered. And technically we have a debug renderer front, right? But we can use the layer ID background now if we, well, we can set it. Hey Reed, didn't see you there. Somehow my chat notifications are broken. It's going pretty good. I'm feeling a bit bad for Togglebit. I teased him yesterday in my stream about his 1 pixel offset problem in his stream, so he went online today and went to fix it, but he fixed it, so I think that, well, he had one fix working when I left. He was still fiddling around with it, so I hope he makes it. I hope he makes it, and then we have the same problem in Fiiish. It's been there for 10 years and I knew about it, but it's so minor that I never fixed it. So at the beginning of this stream, we said we don't fix it in the C++ version, but we have it. We actually have it in this renderer, so we're gonna fix it here once it becomes obvious. So it's actually good that we did that exercise together. I like how all the Rust streamers seem to bounce off of each other. Okay, so now we have layers. Obviously, the renderer doesn't know what to do with the layer yet, right? I mean, this here is basically not implemented, but if you look at the use effect, I mean, you probably can guess. Let me just fix this. So when we use a layer, we want an active layer ID, right? And then we switch the material if we need it. Because things on different layers need different render batches, right? So that's one thing. And then actually, we need the active layer ID. Probably, let's make that an U8 instead of a U16. I will tell you in a minute why. I mean, effects, we might have more than 256 if you have a very complex thing. Layers, you have to solve the problem differently if you have more than 256 layers. And we're running out of space in our key, so. Okay, we don't need that because it's just an ID. And this is a part we will need to fix in a minute. And basically that's it, right? So if I run this now, it will still compile, it will still run. Expected, okay. Yeah. He said let's use a new U8. Thank you. Thank you. Talking through my thought process is so useful for me too. And that's why I do it, right? I do the game anyway. And if somebody picks up something from it, great. The more the merrier, and the more good games we will have. So we can set the layer ID now, and we do that in the background. And actually, let's fix the other game objects in a minute. And this compiler is still, I'm not sure what's wrong with the system. So obviously it does nothing. Let's go into the coin real quick. So we create the layer ID here. And that's why we invested so much time into that base renderer setup and didn't just toss triangles to OpenGL. So we get all of this. I mean, this is basically, this is patterns, right? And this will probably be the pickups layer. And then we go to the player object, and here we have some inconsistency. But this has become almost a no-brainer right now, right? So, and if you watch carefully, you can already see that make a game. Absolutely make a game. Well, even steal or use this as a basis if you want to do it in Rust. I mean, so my goal is once Fiiish is done, I'm gonna extract all the base code into one or multiple crates and make a new game based on that to show it's reusable. So this is boilerplate right now. So probably our entities could just have a layer and the effect and don't need any render code themselves anymore. Wink, wink. Coming up in the future. So now everything knows it's a layer, but we need to use that layer somewhere, and that's actually pretty trivial. And if we look at the material, we we do calculate the sort key, right, which defines can I render this, and we already said, hey, the layer is in there, right? Or the layer should be in there. So let's put the layer ID in here. Sorry, my throat is starting to clog up. And all this does is, and don't ask me why I'm doing this backwards here. and we need to extend it. And we just want to use, well, probably, we just want to use, we just want to use 4-bit here, right? And then we shift that by, I'm not sure if this is true anymore. I think so. This is what we use right now, right? We use FF for the texture, and then the next two for RR, and basically what we do now is, and this key will change. So this key will change, and we will need the space once we have everything implemented, but for now we just shift by 8, 16, 24, right? We shift by 24, and now our layer ID is part of the sort key. And then the can render, where's the can render? Wrong window. Ah, what did I do? So the can render will just compare the keys, and that should be fine. And here we also calculate the key, but that will mean when we create a material, we will need the layer ID, right? And probably we want to store the layer ID. We could have a layer object, but it's just a number, so why bother? Probably we abstract that away at some point. That's fair. I could use shorthand here, but... And maybe we want a getter as well. That's good. I mean, it took me only 30 years to get here, so... But you can make a game like a year in, half a year in, just an exercise. Just don't make it too complicated. To make something simple. Like click the red square or something. It's so much. I learn better when I apply my knowledge, so I like to make games for that. So layer ID. So the material now knows about the layer ID, and now the renderer will call the material in the wrong way, but that should be next to trivial to fix, and we have the compiler to find all the places, because I'm too lazy to find all the places. So here we create a new material and basically self.layer ID, right? Is it active layer ID, right? Active layer ID. And we're gonna copy that because we are lazy and we know we will need this. So the next is in 274. Actually, let's say let layer ID, just so it's the same pattern. Drinking coffee too fast is not a good idea. So that's one of them. Obviously, line numbers will be wrong now. 286. So we need a new material here. That's fine. And I actually want to make this print line here a bit more usable, because I want the layer ID in here, the lid for layer ID. I mean, this is just debug noise right now. Is that all? Oh, we have a material line 49. Didn't we fix that? Didn't we fix that? No, we didn't. We added the layer ID, so we didn't use it. Oh, true. Type safety. So now it's passed through in theory. Almost. What did we miss? Later ID. Yeah, it's obviously the later ID that I wanted to type there. So if I run this now, the background will be rendered in its own batch. And oh, oh, oh. No active render effect in line 155. Oh, okay, that's fair, because in the initial setup, okay, so here's the thing. In player render, we do say use this layer, right? And use layer will call the switch render material, which will use an active effect, and we don't have one yet. So that's not good. I mean, you could just change the order, but I want this order independent, so I go into the Fiiish app, actually. And just say here in initial setup, we're gonna say renderer use, render effect, not sure this is the initialization I want. Not sure. The renderer should be self-sufficient, but no active render effect, source renderer. Now I'm getting confused. I mean, the renderer assumes it's initialized correctly, and it currently isn't, and I know why. Why is this taking... That's the game atlas load that's so long, and I don't know why. This is basically, this use effect right now, right? So if we go to renderer, so we set the effect and then switch the material, and then it basically says, hey, no active render effect, right? Because this gets the active render effect to calculate the source key. So okay, we can't do that. Where do we register the... We register the effect here, right? So why don't we say when we register an effect that it is the first one? I mean, if somebody tries to render with, then that's the default effect, right? No active render effect, but we have a default effect. Why is this not... Do we want to get the default in this case? I mean, do we want the default in this case? Using default. And then just say self.get default render effect. And when we have no active and no default, well, sorry. This only happens once at the beginning of the first frame, so I'm not sure why this step takes so... Oh, it's a debug version. It loads a giant texture and it's a debug version. So as you can see, something changed, but the order is just is just something very, very, very random, right? So that's not what we want. Sorry, I have to do some. So, but that's easy, right? I mean, that's actually the so in the end frame, and we have a to-do fix rendering order, right? So all we have to do is now sort them by the sort key. And if you look at the material, it's no accident the way this is spaced out here. So the layer is the most important because that's actually, that order is important. And then we use the same shaders so we don't have to rebind them. And then we use the textures. So if we just sort by this number, the layer with the highest number will have the highest sort key, so it will come first. Oh, actually we want the lowest number first. So we want to render sort key. So what we need to do is, right now, if I right now is sort key material. We have a calculate. That was not what I. Can we even get the sort key? The key. Do we have a getter for the key? Did we forget to add a getter for the key? Yes, we did forget to add a getter for the key. So what if pop function key, and key probably might be a very bad name. Is it a U28, 128? The key is a U128. U128 self.key, right? So what we will see here is, and this will be noisy, but let's do the release build to avoid the long texture loading times. Wait, pop function key. No method named key found. I'm pretty sure I just added one. Oh, oh, oopsie. Time for a lunch break. Oh, I need to, I'm baking fresh bread, so I need to look at my dough real quick in a minute. But we fix this. So you see, oh, maybe that sorting is not the best, formatting is not the best. So if I format that in, is that the, I always forget the, let's see. So you see the sort key here is that, can I actually have that 0 padded to 16 digits? Is that how it works? I'm not sure about the formatting in the format in Rust. Don't use it very often. I hope that's 0 padded to 16 digits. So, yeah. So you can see, basically, this is a texture, this is the render effect, and this is the layer. So we have layer 0, then layer 4, then layer 4, layer 1, layer 1, layer 3. So if we just sorted these and actually, so what we should see is that they always go up. So we could do a quick sort by, that can we get this? I mean, this is just a vector, right? Rust vex sorted iterator. I'm pretty sure there's a sort. On the vector somewhere. Sorted. are as split. There's no sort. Is sorted, sort. Sorts the slice. This sort is stable. Probably we want to sort by, right? We want to sort by and have a comparison, right? So that's actually so. Let's do this. I mean, we could just write a quick bubble sort because we talked 20 materials, but what we could do is sort by AB, and that's actually A dot key partial comp B dot key, right? And we just unwrap the result, right? That might be exactly the wrong sort order now. Basically, we tell it sort by the key field, right? I'm not even sure this is gonna compile, but let's give it a try. Oh. What did we do? So that's why I like this, because this now. Oh, one closing. Maybe this should unwrap. So is this sorting now correctly? Method not found in manager material. Oh, do we need to, did I mess this up again? Do we need an iterator that we then can sort? Oh, okay. We've been cheating, right? And now we pay the price, because if we look at the manager, in the itermute, we just return the iterator. That is not the actual material. If we had a real iterator, that would work. Do we want to expose the sort by? How do we do this in Rust? I mean, I know how we can simply do it, but do we want to do it, or do we want the sort of Rust? The question is, do we want to add a real iterator? I mean, oh, this sort's in place, right? Oh, okay. We're gonna cheat. We're gonna do the halfway house here. We're gonna do the halfway thing here. So what we actually want to do is so let's say we have the material indices, right? And that is a vec new. Okay. We're gonna make this very blatantly. And then what if we say for actually we can do for I in self dot material manager iter enumerate. We just say material indices push, and this is very hacky. But basically, now we have a how do I put this? Now we have a list of the indices, right? And instead of this, what we could say is, let's clean this up again. Instead of this, what we could say is for I in material indices, and then just say let mutable material equal self dot material manager I, right? Or maybe get. Maybe get is the get, and we can unwrap here because we know it will all. So basically, we iterate over the indices manually, right? And probably there's a it should be get mute here, right? And probably that means we don't need to make these mute. So we create a list of indexes and then just go through the indexes. I mean, we could just do for I to lengths, but I want the actual. Well, we could probably just go I to lengths here, but the material manager doesn't have a length yet. It does, but it needs a get, right? So function get mute self, and that's index hue size, and that's probably an option of t, right? And that's just self dot materials, and we really need to rename that get mute index correctly. We just passed that through. So let's clean up the. I'm going a bit faster now, but this is just boilerplate, so this is a bit stupid, right? So let's say for I in 0 to self dot material manager lengths, right? So create a list from 0 to, I don't know, 15, and then use that number to get the materials in that order. And right now we didn't do anything. Oh, fair, because this is a mutable t. So still no changes. Still our sort key is all over the place. I mean, these blocks should be in numerical order, and you see, they are not really. So layer 1 should be rendered first. I'm not sure why there's 2 times layer 1, but maybe the materials are empty. That could be fine. So, but now it's easy, right? I mean, all we have to do is sort this, and how we sort this is pretty clear. So we could say material indices sort sort by, was it sort by unstable? Here the thing is unstable by this is faster because it might reorder stuff. So sort by, and we don't care if it changes stuff in place, right? So, and that gets the comparison operator, right? That just gets this. Well, we already had that somewhere, but we deleted it, unfortunately. So this is our comparison function, right? And basically we want to, so So let's break this up. What is A? A is our A index and B is our B index, right? So we want A to be our A material. So it's self.materialManager get A.unwrap, and we know it will exist. We don't have a getter yet. And B is pasted. This is a bit overkill. And then we just say let A equal A.key. This is very verbose, but we do this once per frame, like for like 20 textures, right? Oh, this now means our material indices are sorted, and we don't have a getter for the. We have a get mute, but we don't have a get. So, well, that teaches us if you write a get mute, just add a get at the same moment, right? It's sort unstable by. I don't know why I keep writing sort by unstable. And I checked that when I wrote it. Brain, okay, all over the place. Expected one argument. Oh, maybe I should do it like this. Not sure what formatting I like here yet. Like this. It's all about the readability. I hope all of this gets optimized out anyway. And expected use size found reference. Okay. That is fair. We need to deref here. And then probably. Oh yes, we have to borrow the B here. I mean, it's a U128, so copy, borrow. Copying the pointer or copying the data doesn't really matter. One more. Oh, really? Okay, we just do the key here. And then all is fine, right? Oh, we can't do that without an explicit copy, right? But that is copy. And we have ordered rendering. So if you check here, it's ordered numerically, which orders first by layer, then by shader effect, and then by texture. I'm not sure if I like this approach here, but it's a working approach, right? We could do something like when we create, I mean, here's the thing. Right now we sort materials every frame. We could just sort when we insert a new material, right? But that's an optimization that we can do in the future. And actually this year we did accidentally here. Sort materials on creation instead of every frame. That's an optimization that's so high level that I don't even bother. So that's part of the picture, right? We at least at least we have everything in the right order now. And if you use the right layers, everything will be fine. Now that's already, I like that, and it starts to look good. So how do we get this texture to be the full background, right? And we could just render two of them. We could just go into background and say, hey, what if, do we actually have a vector to add? We do have an add, right? So we could do an add vector to, well, we could just add this. No, we can't add the size because we want new and just do 1024.0, 0.0, and be done with it, right? Just render it twice. I mean, we render a lot of stuff. Well, the clipping will take care, but what did we do now? Yeah, because it's vector 2, my friend. That will just take a quad and another one, but that's probably half off screen, so the clipping will take care of that. I need some way to, maybe I should utilize the whiteboard to draw this stuff. So now we have, you see, now we have that seamless here. And you might say, okay, let's just do the same thing on the other side, right? And that is the approach Fiiish took for a long time. Well, basically it had two that were shifted in a smart way, and that works nicely unless, oh, maybe we can't even go that wide. Okay, then it starts to break down, right? So maybe we say, okay, just limit the screen width to this and we're fine. But as soon as we start moving them, we get so we need 3 or maybe 4, or, and ideally we just want to render pixels we want to render, right? So let's undo this. But what if the renderer, instead of had a rendered textured quad, it had a rendered textured full screen quad? And that's what we did in the original Fiiish. So if I go into the renderer, and I didn't print it this time, full screen quad, add textured full screen quad, and that basically just, oh, that's interesting. I'm not sure if I've been talking out of. So the render full screen background. Okay, so we didn't do that in the renderer. We manually did it here because we tweaked the texture coordinates, right? So we basically get a full screen quad, so we get the width and the height of the full screen, which is fair, which the renderer needs to have anyway. Then we just do what we did with the quad, basically copied that out, the textures, and then but basically, I don't know what's special about this. Okay, we respect the aspect ratio. That's the only difference, right? So we need to do some magic with it, because we want it squared evenly. We want it extended even. We want the aspect ratio of the texture to be constant no matter of the screen size. And that's why we do this here. I don't want to copy the, and here's an interesting thought. Here's an interesting thought. If we look into the renderer here in the add render textured quad, right? Well, in the render textured quad with rotation, we have a texture matrix here, right? And that's the texture matrix from the atlas. And now we have a user, the background in this case, that wants to tweak its texture matrix, right? So basically all this is doing, technically, all this calculation here is just tweaking the texture matrix, right? So what if the caller could tell the renderer, hey, I want to change the texture matrix? Does that make sense? I mean, that would allow us to fix the offset, fix the scaling, do rotation effects inside the texture if we wanted to. And would mean we could just in the background just say render textured full screen quad and we're done. So why don't we do that? But first of all, I'm gonna say add background and that needs make background full screen, which is open. This is work in progress, right? I want to have one commit, so make background full screen, move background, use correct shader for background, and then we're done for good, right? So I'm gonna do a commit, then I'm gonna do a 5-minute break. So let's clean this up. So this is just the to-do, right? This is add background textures, add background assets, right? Add background assets, and that's probably down there somewhere. That's the copy of the background assets. This is add layers to renderer and everywhere else where it's needed. Add background entity, and again pop stash. I always do this. I type text and I have this alt twitch for save, alt S twitch in my fingers for saving stuff. So entities, we added the layer ID where needed for the coin, and in the game we register the textures. We add layer support, and we add the fallback for the default effect. This is actually a fix. Use default effect when active effect has not been set, and that's theoretically only to calculate the current dummy material that will never end up having stuff. So set the active layer, and in the end frame and render in correct sort order. And that's this chunk here. We added a bit of helper code, but that's fine. The material now knows the layer ID and adds that to the sort key, which is fine. We added the background. We added the background gradient. We have, usually I wouldn't ship data. Data would just be created, but if you want to run this at home, I don't want to have you to have to run the data build. So we commit this, we actually add the background stuff, which is work in progress. Right now it's a simple renderer. And we do add the layer IDs. That's pretty clean. pushing to origin, as always. All of this is here in the usual place if you want to follow along. I'm gonna take 5 now and let you enjoy the nice little fish while I'm gone, right? I will take a quick break now, knead my dough, and I mean the dough of my bread. I'm baking bread. I love baking bread. So I'll leave you with this, taking a quick break, and be right back. Hey. Yes, I'm blue, sorry. Bread stuff later. I just realized, and that's why I have the taking a quick break, say, overlay on. With the overlay on, I mean, the colors here are off, but this is nearly the color we will want at the end, so yeah, but that would be cheating, right? So, oh, this game is a point where it's going to be so hard to work on it because it's just so good to look at it. I mean, this is just... downed half a bottle of water to stay hydrated, and now the air is giving me bubbles. So, step one, make the background full screen, right? So what do we actually want is, I mean, all we want is render textured full screen quad, right? And a full screen quad, we don't need a position, we don't need a size, we just make one full screen quad, right? That's easy. That is easy. The problem is the renderer doesn't know how to do this. Well, we do know how to render a textured quad, right? So the only difference is, well, we do know how to render a full textured quad with a rotation. So let's take this one. So what's the difference with a full screen quad? Render textured full screen quad, right? I mean, we could just copy our code, but what if we just do what we did here, right? What if we just say, hey, and actually I'm gonna do without rotation. So all we need is a position and a size, right? And the position is easy. The position is a vector to 0, right? It's just centered. And the size is gonna be a vector to new width and height, right? So what is width? I mean, we could just say it's this and it's this, right? And we'd be totally fine. Done. Go home. Next. Right? Oh, hello to the newcomers. Great to have you here. Okay. So, but what we actually want to do is, and in this special case, because we're cheating, if you look at Fiiish app in the render, we use the scaling to set this MVP matrix to a fixed value. The renderer doesn't know about the viewport yet, right? So technically we were just lucky that the viewport was kind of correctish, right? So because the window manager does that for us, the window tool, but technically we are not doing the right thing, right? So technically what we should do at the beginning of a frame, we should say renderer set viewport, right? And we could have a position and a size, right? And the position is vector to 0. We just don't want an offset, and the size is actually self.size, right? And then somewhere, I'm not sure, probably here. Here sounds good. So what if we had a pub function set viewport? And that will fix the Windows rendering problem as a side effect. So self is position, which is a vector2 reference, and a size, which is why not use the full window? We might have two renderers, one in the upper left and for example for sub-window rendering and stuff. We're not using that right now, but it's always good to keep that option open. So we need to do two things. We need to remember the size. The renderer needs to know its size, right? And probably we should extract color. That's vertex, that's the renderer, right? So it needs its position, vector2, which for the moment probably will always be 0, and it needs to know its size, right? And both of these are basically, I'm just going to copy this because it's going to be faster. This is position, and this is size. And then if we do the set size, set viewport, I'm wondering if we want to set the viewport before the begin frame. Maybe we want to do it. Technically we don't have to do it every frame. We just have to do it when the screen size changes. But wow, 10 of you, where are you coming from? Great Easter Friday. I have no idea what time it is in your time zone. So the set viewport just self.pause equals, can you dereference this please? I mean, self.size is just this, right? We just copy it over. So then in the begin frame, well, technically we don't have to do it, but we never set the viewport and we're just lucky that it is correct. So I kind of want to set it, right? So when we begin the frame, and we do that before the clear, well, we do that at the very end here. Doesn't really matter. This becomes important when we do mid-frame viewport changes, but then the viewport becomes part of the material, and we just don't want that. And it's a 2D game. Our window is our window. We might talk about scissoring rectangles at some point, but that's a different. And user ensure. Typo fixes are okay, even mid code. So we have a GL viewport that gets XX width height. So that gets self.pos.x.into self.pos.y.into self.size.x.into and self.size.y.into, right? So we set the viewport to whatever was the window size. And since our window abstraction layer does that, oh, come on. From F32 is not implemented. Okay. So but only for I32. Really? And we know it will not overflow, right? So as I32, the abstraction of the GL bindings is in some places not what I would like it to be. Oh, and now it's telling me it's also not. Thank you. I wanted to avoid having to know what type it is, but oh, fine with me. We're gonna redo the whole OpenGL abstraction anyway, or we switch to Metal. Call to unsafe function. I mean, that's a very valid remark because all our OpenGL is unsafe because it's calling an external DLL. It could probably be mapped internally. So in theory, this should not have changed anything. It didn't change anything, but but the renderer now knows the size. So instead of the fixed thing, the renderer, when we render the full screen, textured full screen quad, here we can just say self.size, right? And that will kill the aspect ratio of the texture. Oh, what did I do? Really? 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 Can I just copy this? Let size equal self.size, and then we just it's borrowing the value read only. So if this in itself would be manipulating the size, it could internally know that it's doing something potentially stupid, right? So this is one of the few edge cases where I disagree with the borrow checker. So obviously full screen, wait, what? And is our size wrong? What is our size? I mean, wait, did we set our size wrong? Is our oh, okay, so so this size here is the actual window size, but we apply some scaling to it, right? So what I'm saying is this size here is why is this size apparently half the... Do you know it? Feel free to jump in and help. So this size is actually 960 by 540 is half my screen, and if we check here real quick, so this is actually the window size. No, it isn't, but we got away with it so far. Wait, something does not... Oh, scaling is 0.5, right? Because scaling here is 0.5. Why is scaling 0.5 here? Why is scaling 0.5 here? Where does that's for the mouse scaling, but that's not true, right? That's just for the mouse. And this now means our mouse... So this scaling there is definitely wrong. Yeah, this is a nice incidence with the camera here. Here to the left would be nicer, but I mean, self.scaling. So we apply the scaling. We apply the scaling apparently everywhere correctly. What am I missing? Oh. So what the? What the? What did we break? Why did it work so far? And the fish position was smack on, so our virtual coordinate system. So this is a scaling of 1, right? And we can swim almost to the bottom, and we can swim almost to the top. And our mouse is correct, right? And if I rescale the window, all of it still, well, this squishes now instead of staying at our virtual 1 cell. So this is correct, right? Where does the 0.5 come from? Where does the 0.5 come from, right? Because this is what we want, right? Ignore the background for the moment, that's broken, but the fish goes all the way to the top, almost, I mean, that's intentional, and all the way to the bottom. And if we scale in Y, look at the coins, don't look at the background is broken, but the coins keep their aspect ratio, right? In this should, why is the fish off screen here? Why can I move the fish off screen? And this should just, yeah, this is as expected. What? So this 0.5 here seems to be correct, but what's the problem with our background? Are all our sizes off? Is everything just rendered at half the size it should be? I mean, no, because our Glsl texture here, is rendered at, what's the size? The canvas self.window size, and self.window size is the VOOC window size, so it's this. What is this size? I would expect this to be, so this is our viewport size, right? This is our viewport size. I need a question mark overlay. Why is the viewport half the... does not make any sense, cause... Oh, okay. So, um, maybe our MVP here is... we don't do clipping, right? We don't do any scissoring. Maybe we should just enable scissoring for the viewport. So in here the scaling is baked in, right? So if you say let scaling equals 1.0, I'm not sure if the scale... I'm not sure about that 0.5 scaling, because it's applied in some places but not in all of them. And it doesn't... Oh, did we... No? I'm seriously confused right now. Breaking something on a Friday afternoon in your rendering pipeline is never fun. Why is it not... there's our scaling. So our scaling is almost 1. So if I said... Oh, if this was the height, right? Actually, I want more debug. I want the window size as well. Well, the size is the... Why is the size... What am I... So the size is the actual window size, right? The size is set to the window size in the update, but I thought... So this is self.size, right? But if I rescale this... Oh, actually the Y changes. And if I set this to 512... Why is the scaling 1 at 512? Our window size is 512 pixels, and I seriously doubt that, to be honest. Command Shift. Nope. Nope. How did the... Oh, this window is exactly half full HD, right? So this is a quarter of the screen, so that's reasonable. And the 540 is because of it's giving me the top bar as well. So let's ignore that off by 30 something pixels, by 28 pixels, right? But this... Shouldn't this give me a scaling of 2? Oh, it should give me a scaling of 0.5, but we disabled that, right? So sorry about that. So, well, it's here, right? So this should give me a scaling of 2. 0.5? 1 over 2? Ah! We're getting there. We'll get there, don't worry. Why? Who is overwriting scaling? Scaling is 1 again, but oh, we never assigned scaling in this case. Thank you. We've been setting a local variable that we then don't use in the renderer downstairs. Always use your variables, or don't use them at all. Okay, so now our scaling is nearly 2. So if our window is exactly 512 high, and then our scaling is 2. Let's basically get from screen coordinates to, and we do that for the mouse now, but we don't do that. Oh. So shouldn't our scaling be 0.5 in this case? I mean, aspect ratio of ignore the background stays correct. What I don't get is this is the viewport, right? This is the viewport. This is the viewport. Sorry, more coffee. Man, GL scissor. Define the scissor box. So what if in the renderer, in the begin frame, we did, we set this scissor box to the viewport, right? And then we did a GL enable GL, I always forget, scissor test. That basically means don't draw outside of this box, right? The viewport just does coordinate translation. Pretty sure we've messed up the view, but the scissoring, okay. So if here we just said, I don't know, for some unknown reason, self.size equals size.y equals, it's just 50%, right? Oh, let's use x. Make it half as white. White, not white. So that is correct behavior. It uses a viewport that starts here and is exactly half the width. So that works, and obviously our mouse offset is broken. So, okay. So why do we need scaling times 0.5 here? We need that for the mouse to be correct, right? Because, okay, so this is how we get from window position, which is a percentage to screen position, and technically this here should have the 0.5, right? And then the scaling just needs to be this. That fixes the mouse, right? Step by step, we take this slow today. We have a long day, so I want to do the background. So that fixes the mouse, right? Oh, interesting. Looky, looky. So if I'm exactly at 2, our mouse is pixel perfect, right? But if I'm at something else, I have the feeling our scaling here, I just want to make sure. Our scaling here for the mouse is, what did I just break? Just mapping different coordinate systems to each other in my head with relations, and no. So here's the thing. If we have this and set this scaling, then our mouse behavior is correct, right? Where do we apply the scaling? No, our mouse is wrong. So this is background, we don't care, right? We're setting the viewport, that is new. We're debugging the scaling, and that's all, right? So was our mouse broken all the time? Let me do a quick check. I have the old version on Windows here. Still here. No, our mouse was correct. Our mouse was perfectly fine if we didn't resize. So our mouse was potentially broken all the time, right? So the thing is, if we have a window that's exactly 512, let's actually start with a window 512, right? And that's currently in main, isn't it? Oh, that's in window, right? We still need to, so what if we made the window the perfect height? So let's say 512, that's what we want, right? And then just half the screen to have a non-16:9 aspect ratio. That means the window is 512. Internally, we say virtual is 1024. So I would expect the scaling of 0.5, right? And the scaling is 2. Ignore the mouse. The aspect ratios you can see at the circles, the coins around. Yeah, double mouse pointer doesn't help right now. So that is correct. But what does scaling mean? Does scaling mean to get from a physical pixel, you have to multiply by scale to get to a virtual pixel? Or does it mean to get to a virtual pixel, you have to multiply? That's interesting, right? And just realizing using the, so let's stick with that. That's good. So we have the fish. Oh, we have the, let's go back into the window real quick, cause basically here we map the mouse to basically 0 to 1, right? Lower left is, so let's just do this. While we're at it, we might as well clean it up. Too much noise here, but you see mouse position only if I move the mouse, but this is near 0 and this is near 1, right? You can see it flickering here if you look quick. So this is near 1 and this is near 0. So that is correct. And middle of the screen is roughly 0.5, 0.5. That is correct, right? That is nice. So let's not debug this, but in the Fiiish app, maybe actually do the cursor stuff. Let's do debug self.cursorPause, right? And actually debug voc.mousepause, right? As this noise is getting too much in the debug, we need to get this under control soon. We need to get this under control soon. So 0, 0 or near 0, 0 maps to, so the y is correct, right? The y, no, the y is not correct. So at the bottom, it maps to minus 1024 nearly at the top. So this is off by a half, right? So this needs to be divided by the scaling. This does, well, why do we multiply by the scaling here? It's off by a factor of 2, and we multiply by 2. That's suspicious, right? And actually, I'm going to remove the MVP here because that looks reasonable. Maybe. Just to reduce the noise. So center of the screen is center of the screen, right? Bottom left, nearly minus 512 if the screen is 1024. So this should be 512. Not exactly. And this should be plus 512. It's minus the top bar, so we're slightly cheating. But that's fine. And now it's, I don't know why I even multiplied with the scaling there. So this is fine, right? So the mouse position for a perfectly mapped window is fine. Now let's make this a different size. And as you can see, the mouse position maps to pixels now. Why? Because our virtual height should be, oh, this is the position we draw at, right? Do you see it? And also, okay, let's use the background. Let's use the background, right? If we use the old version, a size of 1024 should touch bottom and top border, right? But we broke that. We just broke that. Let's ignore the mouse for the moment. If we make this bigger, it should scale in both directions, right? We said if we scale in Y, it gets bigger or smaller. If we scale in change the size in X, we get C more. But what it's not doing is the scaling, right? So let's go into the window real quick where we said this is 512, right? What if this wasn't 512? What if this was, I don't know, 700? Then our background should fit with a virtual 1024, because that's our virtual game resolution. It should touch the bottom and top, and it doesn't, right? So let's ignore the mouse for the... So our scaling is 1.4. So in our app, okay, it's because we throw away the scaling, right? If we don't throw away the scaling, our mapping should match again, right? So our 1020... going slightly mad. So our scaling is how much bigger. So if size is just 800, but we want 1024, it's how much bigger we need to make stuff, right? So I think our model view projection matrix is actually... So this top and bottom here should be plus and minus 512, right? Top and bottom. That's our virtual projection matrix, so that's... These two should be locked in at 512, whatever we do. Not sure how I broke this. This used to work. So our top and bottom are minus 124 and plus 124 because we removed the times 0.5, right? That's this here. Let's just take half the scale. Maybe that's the problem. This works now, but it's technically broken, right? Everything aspect ratio stays correct. But this scaling here is wrong, right? We want a virtual height, so our scaling should be just 1, right? This is just 1 time scaling. Do not tweak here. Right, we tweaked this because we needed it for the mouse stuff, but there it's just wrong. What we need to do is, basically, we want it times 0.5 here, right? Or maybe we want it times 0.5 here, because we want a centered thingy. We use half left, half, so we shift it by half in each direction. So here is where we want to change the scaling, right? And then our top and bottom should be at 512. Oh, and now I know what I did wrong. And now our mouse is wrong, right? because our mouse needs the scaling applied. Sorry about this. So our mouse here does need the scaling applied, and there is probably a factor of 0.5 on that scaling as well for exactly the same reasons. That's why we got away with it. So our mouse is now moving too fast by about, in the center it's right, and if I'm if I am half the way, it's roughly all the way. So this needs 0.5, right? We had baked it into the scaling, but that basically was wrong. So that's part one of the equation. So we did everything right, we just baked in the 0.5 at the wrong place. Well, that's the mouse now correct, and we make it smaller, we make it larger, and we see more or we see less. We can fix the flickering while updating, but I don't care right now. So that works, right? That's the correct behavior now. So we have another problem, because technically this viewport, so this this gets us from normalized device coordinates, so the -1 to +1 block, to window coordinates, right? So it just adds one, and then that's okay for the viewport. So if we set let viewport size equals self.size, let's make that mutable. If we were to say vs.x equals, we multiply that by 0.5 and just use this here, right? Just for visualization. So that is a viewport, right? So that's use half the size for rendering, just when it maps it to the window, and that's actually what we want. So this is screen size, if you want it like this. This is screen size, and that is fine. The problem is when we did and our real problem where this all started from was, hey, our full screen quad here is behaving totally bonkers, right? I have a debug for scaling in there, which I need to get rid of, but I'm not sure where that is. So this background thing here is totally, why does it scale, right? I mean, the thing is, we said all our rendering is based on a fixed height. So we're telling it draw a quad with a window size inside of our virtual coordinate system. So let's where's the scaling debugged? We have Fiiish app RS line 176. Yeah, let's not debug these two. And then we have 1 and 214. Let's just reduce the noise for the moment. So all of this is better now. Just let's check the noise. So we have to tell the renderer the viewport, but we also have to tell the renderer the virtual size. If we want to do something like render full screen quad, it needs to know the coordinates in our system, right? So what if we just say so basically we have a size and we have a viewport size, right? viewport size. Let's just split these out, because one is the physical size, so this here is the physical size, and this is a virtual size, right? So let's say viewport size is vector 2. And having that enabled down here actually in the render, this here is not a bad thing, right? This is the viewport size. There's nothing wrong. But what we also want is, if it needs to draw full screen, we need to have something that says size, right? And the viewport size is actually the size, right? The viewport size is the size. And where do we do the size calculation? So basically this, right? So self.size.x is self.scaling times self.viewport size, and self.size.y equals self.scaling times 1024, right? So y is constant. I mean, in theory, and this here should be viewport size. So we could just so basically scaling is the factor that I need to apply to get to 1024, right? And the renderer doesn't have a set size, so let's disable that for the moment. So now the size should be window aspect ratio wide times 1024. And what did I just break? Is it time for a break? Oh, 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 this self.size. Haha. Now we don't need the scaling anymore, right? This is just because we already applied that to the size. But this size here is odd. We are intentionally breaking coordinate systems right now, right? We have it so broken, let's make it totally kaput. That's a good thing because it increases the stability of the framework. So let's see if the coins are still square. The coins seem to be still round, right? Obviously there's a ignore the let's actually go into the background and use the fixed height thingy again. So the problem is our size should be obviously we want to apply the scaling in reverse, right? We're double scaling right now. Well, we're double scaling in the wrong direction. Does that make sense? No. That's what I thought. Oh, no. Oh, but okay. I mean, you didn't see that, right? You did not see that. You did not see that. Remember last time when we wrote that and all of that? Okay. So our virtual height, this one here, stays 1024, right? Virtual height is 1024. And the virtual width changes to match that, right? So at 1024, it's 1600. And in 1000, it becomes less because there's less space, right? So when I make it wider, it becomes more. And if I make it smaller, it becomes less. So that seems to be correct now. And let's just check the mouse. So if the mouse pointer, that's why I have this ugly mouse pointer, this seems to be okay. Yeah, this seems to be okay now. So we have the right viewport size, which is the actual window size, which we want. And we have the right virtual size, right? So now we can do what we initially wanted to do. We can tell the renderer, hey, by the way, you do have a size, right? And if I go into the renderer, so we have a size and we have a viewport size. Viewport size vector 2, right? So we have a, let's copy that. And technically, this is a viewport position, right? Potentially relative to, so we do have a set viewport, and that obviously sets the viewport pos and the viewport size, right? And then we have a set size. Yeah, I should speak to myself loudly or not at all. That's a fair point. So still after 20 years of doing this, sometimes your brain goes into duh mode. It's actually in the begin frame. Obviously here we want, well, let p equal self dot viewport size, right? And we can just borrow this until pos let x equal self dot viewport size. We don't need the scissoring for now, and this is just p.x. I just wanted to make this a bit more readable. p.y because it's been to s.x, and probably I have to deref it because it doesn't want the reference. I wish it could auto deref at that point. So this is all good. So this is looking good. And now we can go to the background, right? So window physical size, where that window 103. I want to get rid of that noise. Yeah, that was the wrong file. Well, actually, let's leave that in. So now, oh, schwere Geburt, wie wir in Deutschland sagen würden. Now we can say render full screen quad, and the renderer render full screen quad. I mean, that size should now be correct, right? The aspect ratio will not be correct because we do the texture mapping wrong. So if I squish this, I mean, you see it's exactly mapped to the background, and we can't see outside because no matter how big we make it, it will map it exactly once, right? Mixing two coordinate systems, viewport as in window coordinate system, and size as in pre-vertex transform, so pre-projection, pre-model view projection coordinate system, and these two are totally separate things. And if you mix them, if you do mix them, well, if they're the same, you're lucky. If they don't, you get bad data, right? So I'm gonna clean up this commit a bit and even commit this even if the background doesn't look perfect yet. And just to check, so it's always good to check, have some round objects, because with round objects you see if you break the aspect, and the round circles here are broken for the background, but the coins are good. So that's nice. So to do, make background full screen. Yes. Fix texture mapping for background, right? What's the time? 2:20. Okay. We did add render layers, right? And they actually do work. We did that a while ago. So the to-do document doesn't need to be in perfect sync. It's the one thing where I always go like, yeah, close enough. The nice thing is now that we do set the viewport correctly, the Windows renderer should finally render correctly. So, okay. Yeah. So fix viewport size. Fix viewport size. Add size viewport size and virtual size to renderer. Add render function for full screen quad, which we will need. For example, you do post-processing effects, you also need a full screen quad. Commit these three, rebase, push. I'll let this run on this screen. Oh, there's still a size in the renderer, which is probably too much debug. I'm gonna run this on Windows. Yes, I'm still here. Please, 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 please. Oh, I can resize the window on Windows now and get the correct behavior. Oh, nice. The mouse trails like by 2 seconds on Windows. I mean, the mouse here is frame perfect, right? And on Windows, I can see it lagging behind seriously. But then we have a lot of debug noise, so maybe that's that. But ooh, I will need to look after my bread, baking bread, but we'll be back in 5 minutes. I'll let this run while we wait. See ya. Yoo-hoo! Yoo-hoo! Look who's back. Yes, I'm back. And we'll continue right now. So, I do love baking bread. I do love baking bread, but I always make a mess. There's always flour everywhere and dough everywhere. And that being said, my kitchen is super tiny and there's barely enough space to put the bread or tools around it. But okay, let's get rid of this debug here in renderer RS line 414. Exactly this one. And actually, where's this one coming from? Oh, that is that one. Okay. Okay, sorry. Let me check something real quick. Oh, toggle a bit is also still streaming, and he's fixing his viewport. Well, I've seen that before. I threw him off the rail a bit this morning, and where's actually my window has spawned somewhere here. Oh, that's interesting. It looks correct on the other screen, and on this screen I didn't get a resize event, but the viewport changed due to the other screen being higher resolution. So if I touch this now, it's all good. If I move it to the other screen now, it's too big. So we're missing some event when switching the screen, but I don't care too much about that right now. I want to fix the aspect ratio of the background texture, right? And for that, if we look at our to-do, fix texture mapping for the background, right? And what we're gonna do, this was old stuff which we left for reference, right? This can go now. And what we need to do is, what if we extend the, I'm not sure if I want a stack of matrices. So what if and that is a matrix 3, 2 is enough, right? 3, 2. Is this 3, 2 enough? Technically a 3, 2 is enough, but we might need to extend them, so I want a 3, 3 here. And then basically the texture matrix is a matrix 3, 3. And I'll intentionally break stuff now for a brief second. So if I look at matrix 3, 3, we don't have an identity here, so we steal the matrix 4, 4. Oh, maybe we don't, cause the matrix 3, 3. Let's steal this here, right? Stealing, I mean, copy this so we have less typing. I mean, what does an identity matrix do? Yeah, thanks for that auto-completion. Nobody needed that. All we have is once in the diagonal, right? And zeros everywhere else. That's easy, if you do it right. So that's the identity matrix, right? And then we want to add a helper to matrix 3, 2. How do we actually do, how would we do this? Do we actually have a pop function from matrix 3, 3 that just gets a matrix 3, 3 and returns a self? I'm not sure why this is not a self here. Oh, this is interesting. So the rotation is just a matrix 2, 2. This is getting ugly. Maybe a matrix should just be a number of floats instead of explicit parts. And I don't even know what matrix 2 it gets 2 vectors. Oh, that is interesting, cause the matrix 3, 3 has 3 vector 3s. So this is basically vector. I hope this all is optimized out, right? But this is basically the m.x dot x, right? And the m.x dot y. No. Whew. Is this correct? And basically it's this, right? So yeah. So this is this, and then we just copy this, and this is y. This is x, y, and this is y, y, right? And the position is then m.x.z and m.y.z. Basically, we take the first 2 rows, right? To get a 3, 2 out of a 3, 3, we take the first 2 rows and split that into rotation and position. You could argue, why do you do that? And I would argue, I don't remember. Right? Is this stream still live? Is this thing still on? I hope so. So, okay, we can get a matrix 3, 2 from a matrix 3, 3. I want to implement a better debugger real quick. I think we had one for... Nope, we had one for matrix 4, 4. Yes, we had a nice formatter for this one. Well, it's a 2, 2 is probably the better one. For matrix 3, 2, and basically it's 3 and 3, and that is just self dot, well, it's This is probably all wrong. We redo the whole matrix stuff, right? Maybe very late. Re-implement all matrix mass. We do a clean room implementation of that at some point, right? So let's not worry about it right now. We'll just do it when we do it. I'm fine with that. So back to the renderer. Let's just compile. I think we have added the matrix, but we don't use it, right? Oh, we cannot do this if we manually implement the nicer debug. Expected 2 arguments in line 20. Oh. Wait, but you got 2 arguments, right? Oh, I forgot the separator there. Almost. Undeclared type, that is fair. That is totally fair. Let's do a quick reformat here. Nope. That's better, right? Really? I would love a friend class right now. Probably pub crate is enough, but these are data containers, so I don't care too much about visibility. Hey there! You're back? We spent an hour fixing viewport problems that weren't there. Failed to resolve meta in renderer. Okay, the renderer needs let's actually reformat this. Maybe you should just go and switch to use create mass star. Yeah, but we accidentally multiplied the 0.5 into the scaling for everything, and so far every place that used it needed that, but it shouldn't have been there. Matrix 3.3 cannot be formatted using question mark. Oh, please. Please. I don't want to. We'll extract the matrix stuff into our own crate at some point. Or just give in and use an existing one. Yes, obviously. But actually I want to use the new here. There are some pretty decent vector mass libraries in Rust, crates, but we're developing everything from scratch, right? So it's at least good to implement it once and have it kind of working before you just use somebody else's. So nothing changed, right? Because we have that matrix, but we don't use it. So what if in the renderer, in the render textured quad with rotation, right? Here we have the texture matrix, right? So that's the matrix of the current texture. And now we want to apply a second matrix, right? So that is basically the texture matrix. And this is the user texture matrix, right? And that's just self dot Do we call it MTX? I forgot. Maybe I should take a lunch break at some point. Lunch? How did we call it? I got sidetracked. So it's a texture matrix, right? Yeah, let's use texture matrix, right? So all we need to do is combine them, right? And how do you combine textures? So what we could say is let mtx equals, and I probably will. So here's the thing. This is a texture 3.2, right? And this is a texture 3.3. So we want to multiply a texture. We need to extend that, right? So step 1 is we say, and that's why we did that extension, right? We say matrix 3.3. Oh, we did it in the other direction. We need both of them, right? I wonder if you have implemented the matrix stuff in Fiiish already. So we have a matrix 3.2 that can multiply by a vector, and we have a matrix 3.3 that can multiply by, oh, nice. So we have a matrix 4.3. We never implemented any of that. We didn't implement matrix multiplication at all. Now that's interesting. And what we could do is right here, right? This is the texture coordinate as a vector 2. What we could just do is we could just do this, right? And that's probably the wrong matrix form, because maybe 3.2 here is enough. We don't want scaling, right? So maybe a 3.2 identity is the default. So right here, and I'm not sure about the order. Probably it needs to be flipped, but the user can say, this is what I would like you to do with the texture, and the system says, oh, by the way, the final result I have to look up in the real texture, right? So since the user texture currently is an identity matrix, all our texture coordinates should just be the same, right? So this didn't change anything, right? Everything's still as working or broken as before. What if we want to have a scaling, right? A scaling matrix, scale F32. Now that's easy because we just have a rotation matrix 2 scaling with the scale, and the pos is vector 2, 0, right? I hope we implemented scaling for matrix 2, 2, but we probably did. Nope, we didn't. So pop function scaling and names to be improved. Not sure why we have. Thank you. And I mean, a scaling is basically just the scale at the probably scale should be factor. So what if you had this? And just for testing. So what if we didn't default the user texture matrix in the renderer to identity matrix? What if we hack this to be scaling? Let's say everything is scaled by 0.5, right? Half all the texture coordinates. In theory, if this works, everything textured should be so it's halving all the texture coordinates, right? So it's applied everywhere. It's applied in the test, it's applied in Mixel, so and this is halving the texture coordinates, which makes it double the size, if that makes sense, because it maps half the texture to, yeah, you get that. So, and that means it is applied, and it seems to be applied in the way that the texture map, texture atlas offset is still correct. So that is good. Obviously, we don't want to do that, right? We want a setter for the matrix, right? So what if we just had a set? We have a set MVP matrix, right? So what if we just had a set texture matrix? And I'm not sure about the, I'm not 100% sure about the types. Maybe you make it a 3-3, maybe not. To be decided, right? So now the user can override it. I'm thinking of we have this set text chords. Maybe we should have the matrix multiplication in here instead of out here, but then maybe all of this. So maybe to decide if we might want to move it, want to need a break, move this calculation to set text chords, right? Maybe, I mean, the user sets text chords and probably wants his matrix to be applied. So as soon as somebody calls the naked, this naked, it's gonna break. But I don't care right now because everybody's calling the quad code anyway. Alright, so if I refix this, and actually in the begin frame, I want to make sure this is a, no, actually it's the caller, right? So if the nice thing is if I go into the background now I have all the power, right? Now I can say, before we render the quad, we can say renderer set text matrix and just and then renderer we need to clean this up, right? We could say everybody who needs it needs to clean up well, here's the thing. Do I set everything to default once I'm done, or do I say everybody needs to set it when he starts? I mean, it's no benefit in either direction in my view. There's upsides and downsides. So obviously we need the let mtx equals, let's just scale the background, right? So let's say matrix 3 to scaling, and let's say we do a 2.0, right? Obviously mass needs to, I'm still not sure about syntax preferences, formatting preferences in some cases. There are upsides and downsides. So everything should be normal, but the background texture is different now, right? Now we have the background texture twice, and we still have the weird thingy, right? But we can tweak the texture mapping for the background, and basically it's too bad we don't have the possibility to overload these with different signatures, right? So we just need a scaling XY, right? And we need the same in matrix 3 2, because we want independent scaling per axis, right? To be highly optimized. So what we can do now is here we can say scaling XY, and let's say Y is always 1. And let's just make it very obvious. So the height should be fixed, and all we need to do is do the calculation now, right? Oh, what did I? In matrix 2 2. Wait. Oh, oh, oh. Typo. Talking faster than typing. Talking faster than typing, not a good idea. Did I do that somewhere else? Oh yes, because I copied that. Copy that. So slowly, by building the game, we're building up generic stuff we need for the game. And now you see the height. Wait. The height is the height 1? It's so hard to see. But obviously it's doing it 5 times in this direction, right? Okay, the height is, it goes from light to dark exactly once. So it's repeated once on the one axis and 5 times on the other axis, right? That's nice-ish, maybe. But what we need now is the aspect ratio, because if we have the aspect ratio, we can, and actually the renderer has the size now, right? And if you have the size, we can get the aspect. So get setup. I'm just looking where to put this. So why don't we have a pub function size that will return a reference to a vector 2, and that's just self.size, right? Well, reference to self.size, and we could use that too, but maybe the aspect ratio is something so common that we'll just add a helper, and that is basically self.size dot x divided by self.size.y, right? So now we have the aspect ratio, and now the background can say, hey, let a equals renderer.aspect ratio, right? And all we need to do, and I'm always doing this the wrong way around, we need to multiply by the aspect ratio, right? So map the texture so that it fits the window. So now the height is mapped exactly once, right? So the height is mapped once. And in the width, we have it more than once, right? So it repeats. It does repeat as often as we need it. So if we make it very small, look at the circles, they stay circular, square. The circles stay square. And if we go very wide, the circles stay square. But if you look closely, you can see it repeating here. So that's the... And yes, if you size the window, since it will feel like it's shifting. But I don't care about glitches when resizing, right? So while resizing, we have the wrong size, but I don't care. And technically, it should probably... So if we add the circle here and resize here, the fish should probably stay at the circle, so we should move the background. But it's the background, right? There's no... If the player resizes while playing, so be it. Usually you have a fixed size in the settings, and that's the size you play in, right? So I wouldn't put too much emphasis on that actually. So okay. But this basically is this is the texture mapping, and actually the nice side effect is now we can use it everywhere. We could use it for coin zoom effects, so well, we probably do that with vertices, but we could do weird stuff if we wanted to. So let's actually commit that. So fix texture mapping for background. That's this here, and in the end, it's super simple, and because we probably don't need the size anymore. And let's, while we're at it, I think this size here is now history. Right? One warning less. Maybe it should store the last window size. Well, we don't have config red, so this is starting to look quite good. If you look closely, the relative position of the background does stay the same. So all of this is good. So yes, this is cleaner. This is add scaling to matrix 2,2 and matrix 3,2. Right. Plus some stuff we don't need. Add user texture matrix to renderer and use it. Getter aspect, yeah, is a side effect, and that's it. Three hours in. I would say 20 more minutes, and then I take a... Well, let's see if I take a longer break or not. Let's just see what we do here. Okay, so I would like to swap these two around, right? Use the correct shader. and actually add second texture for background. And that will be super interesting because we have only single texture channel support in the whole framework right now. So let's see. So let's create a background shader right now, right? So let's create two shaders. So let's go to the Fiiish dummy data. And we have our shaders there, right? So let's copy the default. No, let's copy the textured vertex shader to background vertex shader.glsl and the fragment shader to fragment, right? That's step one. So step two, in render in effect IDs, we want one for the background, right? It's a separate effect, so we need to do this. Then in the Fiiish app, somewhere we register all the effects, right? So basically here, and this, again, this would usually come from a config file or something, but right now we're too lazy to write config, background vertex shader, and background fragment shader, right? So we created it, we set it, we hook it up, and now obviously last place in the background, we actually want to use our own shader, right? So if I just run this theory, didn't mess it up anywhere, it should look exactly the same, but use the other shader, right? Okay, so what if we go into our background fragment shader and say, let's actually multiply this by vec for 1.0, 1.0, 1.0, 1.0, right? What if we, well, actually, let's just add a bit of red, right? The blood sea, let's not overdo it because it will saturate. I hope I did that right. This is just to prove that we're using this shader, right? So background is red, everything else textured is still the same. So that works. And what I actually want to do is for the texture coordinates. What we could do is back to texture coordinates is text coords. But what I actually want to do is a clamp. Let's just clamp 0, 1, right? Is that standard GLSL? So, oh, now the shader is broken. It will have told me that the shader is broken. Somewhere, so here it says status is 0, and we probably should status is 0. I'm mixing GLES with GL, so maybe it's my bad. And actually, in the conversion process, we should actually OMT shader. Well, OMT shader has a build, and I think that has a verify. So if I just do a mode copy, say input is dummy data background fragment shader. Output is dummy.glsl, right? This actually does compile, so it does seem to be valid GLSL. So maybe it is now. Maybe it is now. But check your shaders before don't check your shaders at runtime. I mean, if a broken shader ends up on your disk package, whatever. So this, why? Oh, okay. Here's an interesting thing. In our texture, when we create the texture, so man.gl tech parameter, there is this GL texture wrap T and S and T, right? So wrap S. So this says if it's clamped to edge, and the default is repeat. Default should be repeat. Okay, so repeat causes the part to be ignored. Well, that's what we want, right? This has this. Oh, maybe I should use the TCs we create. I was just, so this says everything larger than 0.5 is just clamped to, and everything smaller than, well, smaller we can do because 0, 0 is up here. But if I clamp this to 1.0 now, just to prove a point, so this is 0 to 1, and then it's 1 to 2, and then if we go extra wide, okay. So I mean, obviously, I do not want to clamp this, right? I do not want to clamp this, but I could say I need to open the GLSL specs. GLSL specs. 4.6, maybe I want a 3.3. And it downloaded a PDF, right? Yep. And I have like 5 copies of that on my disk. And we checked last time, it should be safe to GLSL language spec. I want an overview of all the commands, basically. Where okay. Basically, I want matrix, scoping. Is there an overview of all the auto scrolling, nice, right? Oh, can I just get an overview of all the no GLSL function list? That sounds good. Shaderific. This is ES, that's not good. But we don't want the fractional part, we want the mod, right? So what I really want to do is, let's say I have a float I equals mod of, so the modulo of something, and in this case, well, maybe we have o-tesh chords dot u and a 1.0, right? So this will be the integer part. So if I use the integer part here as 0.5 times I, shall we get rid of the red? Shall we just get rid of the red? Well, no, the red is nice because we see if we broke our shader. So what I'm trying to say is, if we go white now, why doesn't this... Oh, this isn't... This didn't compile. It's not red, right? I saw one shader hot reloading. Why is modulo mod float? Why is mod float not working? Oh. Yeah, because I'm an idiot. I want trunk, right? Cast glsl get integer part of float. That's what I want, right? How to cast a float to an int. That would have been too easy, right? But that's basically what I wanted. I mean, sorry. I went off track, and then I want that as a float, right? I haven't done shaders in a long time, to be honest. So this means, okay, first one is normal, second one has a bit more green in it, and the third one has even more green in it. So, well, one is probably, but you can see how this is repeating. So let's say this is just the quarter. So what I'm showing is that the shader knows in which repeated part it is, right? So so this is 0 to 1, this is 1 to 2, this is 2 to 3, 3 to 4, 4 to 5, and then 5 to 6, and so on, and here it runs out of precision. Otherwise they would be all rainbow colored till the very end. And sometimes it's helpful to visualize what's going on in your shader, but this is not why we're here, right? Well, let's not do this, and let's just use the... So we use a specific shader for this, right? And this shader needs to do two things. Well, maybe the shader doesn't need to do that anymore. In the old version, the shader did the offset, but we can just do the offset, right? So if we go into the background, and that goes into moving the background now, but I need a... That's a lot of browser extensions. No, not really. No, yes. And probably I don't need half of them. So the background has a position, right? So what if we say self.pos.x minus equals oig.time step as f32. Let's say we want to move, I don't know, 240 pixels per frame, right? So this in itself will do nothing. So we could pass that into the shader, and that's how the old system did it, and then just add that to the texture offset. But the nice thing is we have the texture matrix here, right? So what if we just what if mtx.pos.x equals self.pos? I mean, this will be totally wrong because we need to divide by the physical texture size, right? Obviously X. We don't move in Y. We could decide to allow moving in Y but not doing it. mtx32 pos is a private field. mtx. Yeah, but I don't want it to be. This will be all over the place. So this is much too fast now, right? Because we're moving in pixels, but we need to move in percentages. So what if we divided this by 1024? That cake, because we know our texture size. It means if the artist doubles up the texture, it moves faster. Oh, obviously that's the wrong direction. Because we need to move the texture in the opposite direction, right? Yeah, so it's 250 pixels per second, and that's actually what the coins are moving, but obviously we want a parallax effect, right? We want the background to move slower than I think that's what we want. Remember, we're still doing a remaster, so maybe we should stick to the original a bit. Why iPod Touch? I have no idea. So if you look at the original, the background movement speed versus the coin movement speed, it's slower, right? So if you look this magnet versus this circle, the magnet is faster. So let's just check the original background, how fast it moved, because I have no idea. Where's the speed? And the old code was a horrible hack. So calculate, pause, state transition. Wow, it didn't move. It didn't move at all. Okay, it's magic 0.220 point. Can that be correct? I think this is bull. Right? I think this value here is actual. No, let's not put this here because this is nice, but let's put this here. I think this is bogus, and if you read the comment, is hex speed is roughly estimated, guesstimated to feel kind of nearly right. Speed is roughly guesstimated to feel kind of right. I would say half speed probably makes sense for parallax. Something like that. This value now, this background now will be far too slow, right? You can see it move, but far too slow. So I would say I I actually want to copy that from the original. That's so nice. That is so nice. I'm getting hungry. I mean, all of this should probably that looks kind of nice, right? I mean, we have a we do have a bit of a problem with the moire effect here, where between frames it changes the uh, perceived brightness, and then it flickers. But this kind of feels right to me. But again, this will come from a config file, and then you can tweak your heart out. I'm wondering. Yeah, it does look okay. So I think parallax, if you have multiple layers, like if you have 2 layers, half looks good. If you have 3 layers, is 1/3 between them looks good. So you stack them. You stack the range, right? So you have 2 layers, you have 1.5. If you have 3 layers, you have 1 2/3, 1/3. If you have 15 layers, you have 1 1/15, 2/15, 3/15, and that tends to naturally feel good, even if it doesn't make sense physically. But somehow the brain latches onto that number. So I would say that background movement is good enough. We have one problem. So the problem here being we constantly add to this position, right? So if we constantly add to this position or subtract, this number will get very, 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 very large at some point. And then we do this calculation here, and then when that number is very large, we lose precision, right? When the number is very large, we use more precision pre-decimal point, which leaves less precision post-decimal point, and then it will start to stutter. So we can simulate that. Let's say it has run for, 240 pixels per second. Let's say it has run for an hour, right? So 60 minutes. So 60 minutes times 60 seconds times 60 frames times 240 times 0.5, right? So let's assume how this looks like after an hour of running. Let's actually say after 1 hour of running. We can reset the position every cycle. Yeah, that's what I'm getting at, but I just wanted to explain that. And you can already see it's kind of becoming jerky, and that's whenever you count up flows, you have to keep in mind the range and that you lose precision over time. So after 10 hours, and I think one of my nieces once played Fiiish 8 hours in a row, so it's not too far out. It's not too far out. So it becomes so broken that it doesn't even scroll anymore. So what happens after 2 hours? So the precision becomes so low that it's all just clamped into mush. So here you already see after 2 hours the precision becomes so jerky, and And there are actually a lot of old console games out there that have that problem. So you play a simulation game that runs fine for 2 hours, because kids weren't allowed to play more than 1 hour. It was fine, but then you play it a weekend for 20 hours and suddenly everything falls apart, and it's exactly this precision loss in time. That's one of the reasons why I don't give global time here and only time step. I mean, we can fix that real quick, right? We could just say if self.pos.x is larger than... I mean, technically, whenever it's larger than 1 cycle, right? Well, we scroll left, so if it's smaller than -1 cycle, we can just do the old shift it by one period, right? So whenever it moved exactly 1 screen wide, 1 background texture wide, I hope I did my math right there. And actually, it's not a if, it's a while. So if you don't do this, it will only hit it once, because then it will be correct. But if you ever went out of scope, you might want to... Yeah, and that's exactly also, we don't move the fish, right? We do not move the fish, we move the world. The fish is always at 0, 0. Otherwise you swim 30 kilometers and then the fish movement is totally off. So the fish is at 0, 0 and everything moves around it. And everything that's more than, I don't know what this is, 5 meters out here or 1 meter out here is invisible anyway, but that fixed the... And that is a problem. This time precision jitter. Repeat value to avoid precision loss. That is so common. That's all over the place. You don't want to know how many bugs in AAA games I fixed because somebody thought, "I'll just add time, just keep adding time. It will be okay." Always know your range, what a safe range is, and how to handle values that are out of range. And we could just say here we set it to 0, but that would mean if we jump by frames, we don't get a clean repeat. So, and this is fake long running time to simulate late precision loss. And that's like, if you take one thing away from this whole background texture scrolling, it should be this. So, we almost have a background texture. Almost, he said. Do you remember that this thing still needs to be blue? Oh, blue, you say? You want the background texture to be blue? Yeah, let's make the background texture blue, right? Let's make the background texture blue by halving green and red, right? I'm pretty sure this is not... Oh, blue, done, right? And then the artist says, yeah, can you please allow me to tweak this? And I'm like, no, please, no. So, but that's why we have the dummy as dummy content, dummy data. Sorry, we renamed stuff background gradient, right? Oh, it's in fish data. It is in fish data because it is not mine. That's why we have the lookup texture, right? So we need 2 things that we need to get to the shader now. A value that changes over time, so we can decide which row to take, and B, the second texture. And let's actually do one commit before we do this. So we use the correct shader and we move the background. Movement will still be wired up to the pause behavior of the game at some point. So we just hard code some values that look okay and it ignores the pause and everything, but that's fine. So what we do, we use the correct shader, we hook up the background shader, add effect for background, move background, with, and this is actually dependent on the texture size. So when your artist says, oh, 512 is fine, the speed will be different and the whole world will fall apart. So, and we register the effect, we add this, we add the shaders for the background. And what is this? Oh, yeah, we just delete this. That was our render test. So we commit this, we rebase this, we push this, and as always, everything is open source on GitHub if you want to play with it. So I will need a 5-minute break because my bread needs some work again, and I need a little bio break. So before I do that, I want to check, and I'm still here, I want to check how the Windows version is doing, because it should still be working on Windows if I just totally mess up. It's always good to check multiple platforms. My Linux system is back there, so I'm not testing on Windows right now, but okay, looks good on Windows too. Actually looks amazing in 4K. Looks really, really amazing in 4K. Wow. Okay, so this is still working. I'll let this run while I do my thingy, and I'll be back in 5 if I don't make a mess in the kitchen again. See you in a bit. Hey, hey, hey! This is going well. So, in about 20 minutes, I want to take a quick break because if you don't know, this weekend is Revision Party and you really should watch their streams. And I want to do that. So, looking at the timetable, 2 o'clock looks like 4 o'clock my time looks like. Okay, let's do that. Then grab lunch. And then probably I stream till 10 and then we see if we do the shader showdown live on stream, right? So let's do 20 more minutes and then maybe I get the second texture support in. I doubt it because that's a bit tricky, but let's see what we can do, okay? Start 20-minute countdown as soon as... Oh, this overlay scene doesn't have a countdown timer, so you can see the countdown, which is a bit... Can I? Can I just... Where's my red hot timer? Add timer. 20 minutes. Yeah, later. Can we just make this a bit smaller and see what we can do in 20 minutes? Thank you for going into the background, my friend. So let's put this down here, right? 20-minute timer. Okay, 20 minutes. We need to add a second texture, right? So what we want to do is in the background, we have this background gradient, right? And basically we want a second texture channel, right? Yeah, so we want this texture in a, excuse me, in a second channel so we can use that for the lookup, right? Oh. Wow, so we want a second channel for that texture, right? So from the user perspective, wouldn't it be nice if I could just say, use texture grad and just say, hey, by the way, this is in channel 1, right? So what if we set in channel, and I'm not even sure if channel is the right thing, but that's all I want from the user perspective, right? So let's tell the renderer about this magic thing called second channel, and I'm not sure this even is a good idea, because you see what I'm looking at? And so let's say in channel, which gets the channel, right? Which is a U8. So far, so good. So current active, so we need to have more texture managers, right? So what if instead of having one texture manager, oh, nope. How do we do this? So we don't care about, well, so let's ignore all that activity checking, right? Let's assume we to do avoid extra texture changes. Avoid avoid changing texture when it is already active, right? But we're not doing that. So we say we don't want to select the active, right? The question is, do we manage the channels inside the texture manager or outside? If we do it inside, we can't use our nice managers thing here, right? Unless we told the manager, hey, basically this is the number of channels, right? And then this could just be an array of n, and this could be an array of n, right? And then we implement the nt. And this will auto access 0 for the moment, and this will no, 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 no. I just wanted to feel how invasive this is. So the texture manager manages the textures. That's fine, right? So our problem was we need to find the texture, right? We don't need to make it active. We just need to find it, right? So basically we do have an iterator, right? We have a mutable iterator. We just need a non-mutable iterator, right? We just need a non-mutable iterator of that. That's the easy part. Yeah, doing this in 13 minutes, it's gonna be a... So all we need to do is find the index, right? What if we had a find index here, right? If we had a find index that has a non to do and that has a sum to do, right? Yes, I know we're stubbing stuff. And this is to be done. So what if we had a find index? A defined index comparative to the select active, which basically, okay. I'm not sure. Oh, we have a find mutable. Yeah, that's good, but let's maybe we're over thinking this. So this is an option of hue size, right? Hue size. So maybe I need food. Where t bool, we iterate them. And in this case, we return some I. And in the other case, I'm pretty sure I'm re-implementing Rust internals right now. So find index with a comparison function. So as soon as we use the channel stuff, right? So right, we need to implement that, but then if we use a texture that doesn't exist, right? So we should hit that to do X now. Expected 2 type arguments, because in line 108 in renderer, wait, what? Oh, I didn't fix this struct down here in 515, so the error message. I did add the add n, but didn't use the n. On the clock again. Will I do longer than the 9 minutes and 42 seconds? Yes, probably, but I really want to watch that opening ceremony. So we're hitting that XX, I hope. So we're hitting that XX because the texture is not there. So if we hit the right one, we should hit the Y with a number, right? And the second texture channel is kind of a bit hacky because we just say, yeah, you know what you're doing, you're on your own. So this hits the XX, Y, Y, Y. Wait, what? Wait, my friend. You're saying you don't have a texture that has the name background grad. Did we forget to load that? I saw that there. Oh, thanks for spitting out all the image data here. Ugh. We need to implement a better debug for the managers, but what we could do in the find index, we could say debug m dot. No, we can't because we don't have the name there. Time pressure added. So in here, you could say debug t dot name, right? That would mean we show at least the ones we checked. So obviously we have duplicates, fish swim, game atlas, cursor. There is definitely a background grad in here, right? What is the name we're actually verifying against? 7 minutes, not gonna happen. Not going to happen, I'm sorry. So we're testing background grad against background grad, right? Is our find index function broken? Oh. Maybe we should stop when we found it. Implicit returns are by the devil. The devil. And now we should get the YYY95. Oh. We need to work on the deduplication of textures, right? Okay, we already have that. So, okay, now the renderer knows the position, right? So this case is the good case, right? So this we don't need because it will create a hell of a noise. So here's the thing. In theory, I'm not sure why I have a change in here. Okay. In theory, when we calculate the key for the material, we have the texture hardware ID in here, right? So in theory, we would need to calculate the key based on all the channel combinations. So there should be a T0 and a T1 and potentially a T2 and 3. If we don't do this, this will fall apart if the same texture is used in channel 0, but we switch texture 1, because then the material key won't change. And then you would potentially render with the wrong texture. So how high is the probability that, well, actually not too low. So imagine texture 0 was your base texture for your player object, and texture 1 was the faction color, and then you just then you would render with the wrong faction. Sure. So I will add something here, and that is where is active textures, and that will be an array size to be defined, max channels. I mean, how do const in Rust work? Const Rust. I forgot. We did use a const yesterday, right? So const thing, yeah. So const max texture channels is a U8 equals 2, 0 and 1, right? Active textures is an option of U16, because that's our texture ID, max texture channels, right? And then here we say active textures. Yes, I will is non max channel textures, right? So all of them are non in the beginning. Come on, really? Maybe we just use a usize. Let's undo this. Right. Let's undo this. So then the system can at least warn us, hey, you have to do something. I mean, you could just artificially switch the material or something. So this is still the YY, right? So when we have a use channel, if self.active textures channel as usize if let some AT for active texture is this. If we use texture in channel, basically it's a to-do. Switching between textures in channels is not supported, right? Else, well, that's all, right? So that's just, hey, you try to use something and then we need obviously something to turn that off. So disable texture in for channel. And that's just mute self channel. Ah! I tell you what, I'm gonna check the other stream on the other screen, and it says 1 minute 33, so we let that run on the other screen. Oh, nice, it switched to overtime. U8, and that basically says the opposite, right? Else so basically we could say if self.active textures channel as usize is none. And basically this is okay, right? To do is this okay? Otherwise we just say basically we say this equals none, right? So you have to clean up behind yourself, and if the next guy comes and uses it without cleaning up, you're in trouble, right? So if we go to background here, so we use the texture in channel, and then when we're done, it's basically the cleanup like with the renderer, right? The special cases we have to clean up. Disable texture for channel 1, right? Do your cleanup. And if everybody cleans up behind themselves, that's fine. So if we found a texture, then we could actually say, and this probably should be fine. Self.active textures in channel as usize equals some I, right? So we just remember that. Doing nothing with it, but we know which secondary texture is active. Right? Yes, as usize. And the opening ceremony just started, so I'm probably just gonna host that for a while. Shall we host that for a while? I mean, it's probably interesting for you too. I wonder in how much trouble I would get if... Let's see. Nah, I'm not gonna do that. I would love to. So why don't we call this a break? I'm going to fix this compile error real quick. Oh, it was the other way around, right? Take value of is none. Oh. I just want to get it in compiling and running state, even if it's just stopped out. Maybe we could just do a hash of the secondary texture channels. So this is good enough, right? This is the renderer. The background stuff works. This remembers it. So I will go to revision now, and we'll see you later. If I probably in about 2 hours or something like that. I need some food.